Okay, let's get this show on the road. Hello everybody. I set the stream to start about an hour too early today, so sorry for the little scheduling issue. But the good part is that all of the streams for this week and the week ahead are planned. And speaking of the week ahead, tomorrow we have an actual week ahead trade plan stream. It's been a long time since we've actually had a week ahead trade plan stream. But man, it'll be nice to go back and do that. Just so everybody knows, the general schedule and the general theme for the week ahead streams is we literally use these indicators to look at the week ahead, and we make some trade plans based on some chart requests, some asset requests, and I show you guys, okay, here's how we do trade plans for the week ahead using just the indicators and some of the information we have about the week ahead from the research that we do in the trading group, especially in the free areas, actually, because believe it or not, most of the research that's done in the paid part of the community actually occurs in the free part. So all the information is shared. It's just people taking action and the people discussing way more actively their trades and their thoughts, and actually debating the rationale and doing arguably somewhat deeper research are in the paid. But that doesn't mean you can't get access to good information. Let me go ahead here and pull up a couple of sites. .com/ Okay, cool. Yep, so if you want to hop into Discord here where we're doing our research, so you can actually see here, this is the research forum. We got some news actually from Trump today. So if we go to the Trump watch thread, we got the RSS spot that is reposting all of Trump's posts, and man, the bot was turned off for a couple of days. Seems like it's caught up now. Yeah, yesterday, wow, these are all posts from yesterday based on, wow, okay, we have to check out some of these things here. Sorry for the flashbang. Yeah, so Trump, based on Ontario, Canada placing a 25% tariff on electricity coming into the United States, I have instructed my Secretary of Commerce to add an additional 25% tariff to 50% on all steel and aluminum coming into the United States from Canada, one of the highest tariffing nations anywhere in the world. This will go into effect tomorrow morning, March 12th. Well, it's now the 13th, so, let's go ahead and check out how USD CAD is doing. I'm pretty sure this is also old news, if I'm not mistaken. Well, we've still been long, and you can actually see we had this trade and this trade we took yesterday, and then this trade here that we also took. I'm still pretty confident that this thing's gonna bounce, so I'm going to maintain my position. Especially given that Canada and Carney is getting Canada into a trade war. Let's see here. Any new posts here? Alright, so I'm starting to get caught up with some posts. Tesla Model S is beautiful, right? We had some posts there. Alright. Let me make sure everything's good on the WAP end of stuff. Yep. Coolio. Real quick, let's actually check what's on the docket. But first, I want to zoom in here. So it's going to be a little easier to read some of the stuff here in Discord later for you guys on the stream. Economic calendar. Alright. Canadian building permits, US PPI, Producers Price Index, and US initial jobless claims. These print in about an hour. So just like yesterday's stream, we got an hour to hang out and kill some time, look at some charts, and do some analysis. Now, don't get me wrong, looking at charts and using these indicators is all well and good, but it's best if we spend this time looking at some research. So on another monitor here, I'm gonna open my email. Oh man, I got 500 emails in my trade research inbox, man. I've got to set up a little mini course in the trading group, the paid, on how to, you know, set up an email, how to connect it with all the newsletters, right? I gotta have more content out on a rolling release, but I've already started doing that with the PineScript course that I'm working on. It's not out yet, but I'm going to be able to get a lot of that kind of work done over the weekend. It'll especially be helpful with the PineScripting stream that occurs every Saturday here on the channel. So make sure you're subscribed if you want to watch that. So let's see here. Let's hide these real quick so we have a cleaner view. So that's probably the top for the day, don't you think? Right there. We have a peak in our distribution here, right? So this is probably the top for the day. And assuming that on USD CAD, let's go ahead and turn on our timing dots. Let's go ahead and turn the music down just a wee bit. Okay, let's turn on the timing dots, and we want the low dots. So given the top for the day is assumed to be right here, somewhere in this little red box, these are the following lows that we might want to expect for the trading day. So it looks like we have a cluster of dots right here, a cluster of dots right here, and then another cluster right here. So maybe we see something like this, or like this. So that would more or less line us up with, actually I'd say this peak, like the top edge of this peak, right? So I'd say somewhere around here, call it 1432, right? 1432, that would be the spot that I check out. That is if we actually do move lower here. Now, while having data like this is all well and good, yeah, Debt Brick News is oh yeah, it is. Let's see here, financial juice. Let's check it out. Also, I do have to pull up the Bundestag live stream. German Green official, our own legislation is meant to show the necessity of investing in defense and security. We assume that we will continue to talk with conservatives and SPD. The Greens say we continue to reject the draft legislation of the CDU and SPD. There is no rapprochement so far in talks with SPD and conservatives. Yikes. Let's go ahead and go to the Bundestag. Alright, Bundestag. And then here's the live stream for the Bundestag. Insert that into English here.
Ihr Verdienst und dafür ein großer Dank.
Let's see.
Aber, liebe Kolleginnen und Kollegen, die internationale Lage hat sich in den letzten Wochen noch einmal dramatisch verschärft. Ich erinnere an die Rede des US-Vizepräsidenten J.D. Vance auf der Münchner Sicherheitskonferenz. Wir alle haben die Bilder noch vor den Augen, als Präsident Zelensky im Weißen Haus zu Besuch war. Die Ankündigung von Präsident Trump, die Ukraine-Hilfe einzustellen, auch wenn er gerade wieder zurückrudert. Die Provokation gegenüber der NATO durch Russland nehmen zu. Offene Drohung gegen das Baltikum und andere europäische Staaten nehmen zu. Die Unberechenbarkeit aufrechtzuerhalten, da müssen wir doch weitermachen, liebe Kollegen.
They don't have closed captions for this one. What the heck? Maybe there's another one over here that has English translation.
Vor Monaten, vor Jahren erwähnter.
Nope.
Der
Not that one. How about this one?
Vor Jahren erwähnter. Der Bundeskanzler hat das.
Nope.
To be pragmatic, to keep ensuring that we keep our eyes on the prize. The prize is not.
Let's see here. We have another live stream here. President Trump meets with NATO Secretary.
And that's what we're in the middle of at the moment, and that's the way I see it. Thank you, Beth. Harry from ITV.
Thank you very much. Harry Hilton from ITV News. You've talked about endless reviews and consultations, not trusting your own instincts. Some people might hear that and think it sounds a little bit like your own first 7 months in government. We didn't hear anything about abolishing NHS England in your manifesto. Do you accept that you weren't prepared for the realities of government and the way it works? And if I may, a second question.
Hey, are you an incompetent leader or not, Starmer?
ITV News revealed last week your government's plans to slash billions from the welfare bill. Is cutting benefits a price worth paying if it means getting some people back to work?
Well, look, Harry, let me take it again in stages. Firstly, we knew before we came into government that things would be bad, because that was obvious, I think, across the country.
Right now we're trying to
that our economy was damaged, that our public services weren't working
on what's going on
the
in the
NHS was
Bundestag.
completely on its knees. I think this breaks the heart of many people, by the way, because my wife works in the NHS, my mum worked in the NHS, my sister worked in the NHS. Many of you will have relatives.
Oh.
The idea of the NHS on its knees was not just a political issue in the election, it was heartbreaking that it was in that place. What we discovered when we came into government was that things were far worse. So the hole in our economy was even bigger than we thought.
The UK to convene international leaders on Ukraine again.
You're just making a political point. I wish, because we've had to make that money up in our first budget. I didn't want to have to do that. Our prisons were full to overcrowding. I talked about the riots just a moment ago when I had my opening words. During the riots, we had an underground room at Downing Street. It's called the Cobra Room, where we were directing our response. I had to have the number of prison places in every prison up on the data set because we were so close to the numbers, because the prisons were overcrowded. No Prime Minister should ever be put in that position. And so everywhere we look, things were worse.
Yeah, he's just crying about, oh man, I have to manage the prison population as the chief executive of, yeah, no. Okay. So that's Trump's Truth Social. Then let's see if there's any new ones. Let's go ahead and cut into that. Anything crazy? Yeah, he met with the Prime Minister of Ireland. Yeah, no, nothing new today. Nothing new today on Trump's end. Okay. And I guess we're going to be waiting for translations to come down the news. Because we are definitely not watching the Bundestag live like this.
Ist das für uns ein elementarer Punkt.
We're not watching this live because we have no translations. See, no English subtitles available for me to read. I don't know. I mean, I'm looking at over here and maybe there's English subtitles over here.
Sie haben doch die Sorge, um es hier einmal auszusprechen, dass mit dem Sondervermögen wir die Mütterrente oder die Mehrwertsteuer in der Gastronomie, die Senkung dort finanzieren. Ich kann die Mehrwertsteuer in der Gastronomie, die Senkung dort finanzieren. Ich kann Ihnen hier am Pult sehr klar sagen, das wollen wir nicht. Es geht darum, dass wir einen Investitionsbooster in diesem Land auslösen und dafür sorgen, dass viel mehr Investitionen auf den Weg gebracht werden. Liebe Kolleginnen und Kollegen, es liegt jetzt ein Paket auf dem Tisch, das massiv in unsere Sicherheit investiert, massiv die Unterstützung der Ukraine gewährleistet, Investitionen in den Klimaschutz und für...
There isn't a good place at the moment to get translated stuff here for the stream. Sorry, you guys. We're gonna have to stick with financial juice at the moment, which effectively is just reading the tickers that come down here. China regulator will introduce target financial support measure to help boost consumption. Okay, so Chinese stimulus is coming in. Maybe that will actually help the Aussie side here. I actually wouldn't be surprised if we get the low here for Aussie sometime shortly. Let's increase this a little bit, this search box. Yeah, you can see right here. There's a big overlap in dots. Big overlap in dots. So I wouldn't be too surprised to see maybe a dip down, but past this date, past, call it 7 p.m., so about 2 hours after New York Open, I would not be surprised to see a rebound into the close of the trading day. So let's see. What would be another way we can look at closing data here? Because this would imply something more like this. Oh, I know what we can do. We can actually use the dots and the close lines on the dots. So that's a clothesline there. Yeah, you can see there's a lot of lines here. So let's reduce the search a bit. Pare back some of the dots. Let's do it one more. Okay, it's getting a little clearer. There's still a lot of lines here. Let's go a little lower, so then we can have a little bit of a cleaner view here. Nope. About 0.05. Okay, now a bunch of those dots are gone, so we have to stick with 10. So it seems like if I just peer and try and follow some of these lines real quick. Okay. seems like a decent number of the closes are actually around here, and some of them jump up to here. So I'll set a more conservative one. I mean, this is really hard to look at. I'm not gonna lie, right? Trying to trace how each one of these lines goes, it's like, okay. And this is just a lot of overlap. There has to be a better way of displaying this information, honestly. There has to be. I'll figure it out. I'll find another way of displaying this information. But generally speaking, these dots here, they either go up here, the close for the day, it comes down a little further and then bounces up to here, or it goes to like around here. So I would want, in order to protect myself against this scenario, right? Because if you went long right now, this would be the only thing that I see, yeah, as far as a scenario trading into the end of the day that makes money. But here, that's a risk, right? Getting your close around here ain't too great, right? So you actually want to see this thing fall a bit further, either into these dots here or these dots here. So kind of two spots to check out. And then to catch a trade there, optimally, I actually would really like it to go there, because that's actually a bit more obvious of a trade, in my opinion. Right? Something that looks like this into New York. Bum, 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 bum. Set that as red. And then we can turn off these clotheslines. So this would be a really good scenario, and then that would be a fantastic scenario, right? But I don't see any major news coming down the docket here. Let's see here, trading, economics, calendar. Let's see here, Bundestag.en. Let's see here. Copy text. Let's see if we have an actual English translation here. Oh, don't know why it copied your name there. Yeah, no live stream. Media Center. Yeah, no. Yeah. Nope, nothing here for the live stream. Alright, let's check out the economic data here. Yeah, nothing for Australia coming down the docket. And let me just make sure it's in the countries list, right? Yeah, Australia. And New Zealand is here too, right? Just make sure that's ticked on. It's, oh my god, it's never ticked on. Okay. Balls speech. Bundesbank balls speech. Or Bals, right? Bals. Yeah, so we'll stick with FJ. Oh, thank you. Okay, I don't want to sign up or sign in here. Okay. Fine. here. I'm already signed in. I'll just keep it on the other screen over here. Yeah. Yeah, we can set this as an expectation. I don't mind. I don't see a very high likelihood that this exact expectation gets met. I mean, a lot of lows are occurring over here, but I see it just as likely as the low comes in over here on the next bar as down here in the next like 3 or 4 bars. Bum bum. Dun 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 dun. All right, and everything looks good on Twitch. Everything looks good on WAP. All right, sweet. Everything looks good on Kick. Everything looks all good. All right, let's go ahead and check out some assets. Yeah, I legit don't know how it gets down here on no economic news. It'd have to be on the USD side of this, right? It'd have to have something to do with jobless claims and PPI showing, oh, the US inflation data seems to be still coming in not hot, and the US employment data seems to be just still flat. I mean, so long US inflation and employment effectively just stays at where it is or improves, that is, inflation comes in a bit lower, and jobless claims, for example, today comes in lower, that would be pretty good for the US side of things. That would continue pressure upon the US side. But how much pressure? That's why I'd say, I'd expect kind of a rebound here. Wow, check that out. You have like this cluster of dots right here. Isn't that kind of funny? Yeah, that's for when you get a big fat news report, right? You get a big fat news report, and it gets reversed, right? That's like coming all the way down to here. Actually, you can turn on the clotheslines and see where these things bounce back. Oh, look, they all kind of bounce back right here. They all do like a little limp-wristed bounce. I think you guys can see that pretty easily, right? It's a lot easier than to look at where all these lines are going, but that is way cleaner. But that's not my expectation. That'd be my expectation. Okay. Again, if you had the expectation of like, oh man, there's gonna be this big fat event and it's gonna change expectations so hard, yeah, that might be fairly reasonable. Uh-oh. Poundo is getting pounded. Yeah, not great. And on the New Zealand side, New Zealand's also holding up kind of alright. It's got a lot more spread. This data has quite a bit more spread, in my opinion, here. But just looking at it, there is a... Whoa. Don't know what hotkey I pressed there. A lot of dots around here, so I wouldn't be surprised if the low for New Zealand came in right about now today. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if... Yeah, the low's got a bit more variability given this range here, but given these odds in the ranges, I should say, actually. But yeah, the low should be coming in around here. Otherwise, it'd be, expecting a low like down here, right? It's either the low comes in effectively now, or actually there is a cluster over here too, so it'd be like do or smack. So those are kind of the three scenarios that I'm seeing. Right, if I smack, oh. Trying to change colors on the hotkey here. So I believe if I, there we go. Still getting used to the color change hotkeys. And we can put arrows there. Right. So these are kind of the three options I see. I'd like this first scenario to just work and be simple and straightforward, because I don't see the US data doing too much myself. I just see it being normal US data. But we'll see, right, in 34 minutes, how correct that initial impression is or not. Oh, COT data. Yeah, on New Zealand was most shorted ever. I mean, sure. I mean, percentile rank stuff on COT, in my opinion, is pretty good information. And by percentile rank, I mean, like, okay, over the last year or 5 years on a rolling basis, is the latest COT print in like the 99th or the 98th or the 97th percentile of data prints, or the first or the second or the third percentile of data prints, right? If it's at those really far percentile rank extremes, I'm more open to looking at COT data as an indicator of something, right? Of maybe it'll reverse, or maybe things are overextended. But I think I posted, actually not too recently, in the resources section here. Let's see, I think it's in fundamentals. Yeah. Another reason not to use CFTC data. Macroeconomic conditions, speculation, and commodity futures research. Our results reveal that the impact of speculative activities on commodity futures returns is conditional on the commodity sector and prevailing macroeconomic conditions. Moreover, the relationship between macroeconomic factors, speculative activities, and commodity futures returns is time varying. Essentially saying, hey, the distribution of returns here is not stable. Among the macroeconomic variables, the financial stress indicator was measured by the St. Louis Fed Financial Stress Index. Shows a significant ability to predict commodity futures returns. So they're saying, hey, COT futures might not work, but this thing here, this financial stress index, actually does show some alpha. The relationship between speculation and commodity returns is bidirectional across all sectors. So, I've already done a bunch of research on COT stuff, because I was like, oh, maybe COT data has something going on for it. Let's see here. Something new in the Trump watch. Oh yeah, this is just an update on his latest post. German SPD leader failure financial package would cause a loss of reputation for Germany. That's correct, which is kind of what I'm banking on, right? Is that they don't get jack done, and they end up with a reversal here in the euro. Speaking of, let's go check that out. Let's also expand this. Alright, everything looks good. Let's go ahead and check out the euro. Oh wow, I'm doing really well, actually. Check that out. Oh, that's probably the low for the day, huh, guys? let's see here. Wow. I think we might have caught it right on time, right? I think we got to see that one live. So, again, given the top is somewhere in this red box right here, these dots are following lows that have occurred. So I wouldn't be surprised if that is the low for the day. Also note, hey, we have this highlighted box right here. I'm gonna move this over so then it's a little easier to see. Yeah, check that out. So here's the low for the day. It's also next to a ton of dots. Not to say that we can't go lower. There's another cluster of dots right there, right? And also technically some dots right here. But that is a peak in probability distribution of where to find lows for any given day, at least for the days that we have data on. So I wouldn't be surprised if the low effectively was in right here on this bar. Higher probability of finding a low here, higher probability of finding a low here, and the low just tapped in there, so you know, we might see a little bit of buying now coming. Then again, I do have to say, while I do like this setup here, statistically speaking, it's really, 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 really important not to lose your head and lose sight of, hey, there's a big meeting right now happening in the Bundestag over stimulus. And if that stimulus doesn't come to, oh man, MERS, we just got something from MERS, right? Let's see here. Copy, paste. Is MERS speaking right now? Because if MERS is speaking,
und diesen Staat in Frage stellen.
Okay, so everyone's going to be listening right now.
Möglicherweise für Jahre, wenn nicht
This guy is the head of the current ruling group right now in Germany. So, kind of important to listen to what he has to say if we could actually get German, German English translations. But it just came down to financial juice. He said we are facing a historic decision. So I'm going to turn on financial juice, the squawk feed, just in case we get any more news right off the bat that gets translated from what MERS is saying. It's kind of important to get that information as quickly as we possibly can. Oh, US to shortly place 200% tariffs on European wine. If the EU tariffs are not removed immediately, the US will retaliate. Oh, that's why we just had this drop. Okay. Yeah. Paste and go. Oh my god, I really wish I didn't have to do that. Here's it on my screen. Come on. Really wish there was a way.
Remy and EU drink makers fall lower as Trump launches wine tariffs.
Yeah. Wine tariffs. Let's go ahead and cross-post these into our research thread here in the Discord. keep track of the history of events, so then we have a log of what's going on. Oh, and these are the Greens. These are the people who, these are the people who we're actually waiting for to speak. So, depending on what this chick says here from the Greens will kind of depend on what the Euro's about to do. Whether or not it's actually going to bottom out here right now, or if we are going to see this thing. Oh my god, check that out. I was like, where could we possibly go? Well, I don't know. You know, if the Bundestag continues to fail on agreeing on stimulus, we could end up doing something like that. You know, there's a peak in the distribution here. I think this might be, you know, maybe an overshoot, setting that as our expectation, right? But around here, I think that's a more reasonable expectation. Right? This spot right here, or this spot right here. So it effectively would be down into the end of the day. And that suddenly makes the trade plan that we checked out here, I think on Aussie, not too, you know, out of the woods, right? This one, I don't think we'll actually go way down here. I think Aussie's in a better position right now than the Euro.
US stock index futures move lower as Trump threatens tariffs on EU beverage products.
Let's see. Studio mode. Let's turn.
German Greens parliamentary leader says we do not trust a word of Merz.
Uh-oh. Greens say we don't trust a word that Merz says. Oh, no. Oh, I think I accidentally cleared all of Ari's posts from the chat history. That's why we can't see his stuff at the moment. I think when I was right-clicking and trying to copy his stuff, when he posted the Bundestag link, I'm like, where did all of Ari's chats go? Also, I think there's another Ari. Yeah, there's two Aris here. There's an Ari in the WAP chat, and you know, we have an Ari in the Middle East watching in WAP, and then we have another Ari here from Australia watching on YouTube.
So good morning, ladies and gents, and let's go through the sentiment then for the US session. The dollar rose versus all the G10 peers except the yen, while treasuries edged lower ahead of US PPI. US stock futures paired most of their losses, while concerns over the US government shutdown are not seen as having a major market impact. Investors are getting overly confident that Germany's parliament will pass a constitutional amendment to enable the government to ramp up fiscal spending, raising the risk of a sudden rally in the bond market if plan is rejected.
It's not looking good, guys.
Just seeing here, Russian Foreign Ministry spokesman Zakharova says contact with the US administration is becoming more active than with previous administrations. Also, it's heads up as well, Commerce Secretary Lutnick is speaking on TV. Go back to the sentiment for the morning. US equities are pricing in a recession risk much bigger than credit markets, leaving room for a positive surprise, according to JP Morgan strategists. So as you already guys see on the docket on the site calendar, PPI for 8:30 a.m. Eastern Time, along with US weekly jobless claims. 11:30 we get the US selling 4-week bill auctions. 12 p.m. Lutnick says steel and aluminium is needed for national security. So Commerce Secretary Lutnick saying steel and aluminium is needed for national security. Just seeing Stock 600 turning negative on the day, down 0.1%. Germany's DAX down 0.9%. France's CAC 40 down 0.6%. So again, off of the back of the Trump comments that he made on his Truth Social. It's 12 p.m. Eastern Time. Going back to the sentiment, we get Fed's fourth quarter flow of funds report. And 1 p.m. Eastern Time, we get the US selling $22 billion of 30-year bonds.
At some point.
Speaker-wise, ECB's Holtzman speaks at 12 p.m. Eastern Time. 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time, we get ECB's Villeroy and Nagel speaking.
Yeah, we're going to
keep. We've also posted out Trump's schedule in the piece there as well. At 12:20, he's participating in a meeting with Secretary General of NATO, the Oval Office, where there is White House press pool. And then at 12:35 p.m., he's in a working lunch with Secretary General of NATO in closed press. So probably could get commentary between those two times.
Yeah. You know what's hilarious? This is. German CDU leader Merz, we are facing a historic decision. And then right off the back of that, German Greens parliamentary leader. This chick right here. We do not trust a word of Merz. It's like, guys, this is incredibly important. We have to get the stimulus passed. We don't believe you. We don't believe you. Line our pockets with money. Pay for our really, really stupid green energy policies. Ban nuclear energy. You know the Greens in Germany, right? This group here that this chick represents is very anti-nuclear in Germany, right? You know, I got nothing against solar panels and you know, wind turbines, but if that's how you expect all electricity to be generated, pretty much, that's kind of stupid. That's been established as stupid for a long time. Who knows? We could be bottoming out right here. Remember what I said? I pointed out these dots here. Currently the low on this bar right here is right there. Man, isn't it kind of hilarious how these dots have been very pinpoint today? I mean, look, don't get me wrong. If they do fail in the Bundestag to get the basic legislation they need passed for the stimulus, right? The votes, if they don't have those votes, it's really gonna be bad for the euro. It's gonna be really bad for the euro, and for actually probably German equities, right? If we look at euro equities, yeah, you could see. Oh man, not a whole lot of data here. It's making the ranges look kind of weird. Yeah, you can see the ranges improve at that point, right? Load some more data in. Yeesh. How about for the weekly data? It looks a bit better. Look how terrible that is. How about France? France, yeah, not looking so good. Germany, also not looking so good. So all the European equity indices are not doing so good. The US equity indices, don't get me wrong, are in a very similar scenario, but at least they've been stabilizing here. This is the Dow. Look how bad it. Look, big fat red bars, man. Japan has done pretty well, right? When the yen weakened earlier this week, it gave some relief to the equities. And then on the UK side, it looks a lot like the US at the moment. And then that's Japan, This is New Zealand. Oh man, New Zealand is just continuing to get hammered. And this is Australia, which also is looking pretty bad. Honestly, this is a pretty bad. Yeah, so the equity indices around the world aren't doing so well right now. And DXY seems like, I don't know, will it make another higher high? I think, based on these dots, I wouldn't be surprised. So let's look at, given this low, yikes, yeah. I don't think we'll actually go that high, unless something really terrible is announced. Let's go ahead and listen back over at Financial Juice. We got some more news out of Lutnick. Trump on April 2nd to describe how to balance trade. Canada's retaliatory tariffs are tone deaf. I agree. Canada needs to let us build its steel and aluminum. USMCA remains intact. That's debatable at this point. We are not backing off Amazon. Big tech is a big priority for Trump's CFTC. Steel and
Kremlin
aluminum.
aide Shakov says a temporary 30-day ceasefire would give nothing to Russia.
Ah, so now the Russians are saying stuff about Ukraine. Okay. Yeah, everyone wants to get a piece of news in here going into the end of the week, don't they? Everyone's got something to say here going into the end of the week, right? Let's check out Dollar CAD, right? Dollar CAD looks like it's doing
Lutnick
pretty
says
healthy
EU
now.
response to US was disrespectful.
Let's lock that into place, lock that into place, and lock that so I don't drag it strong. Yeah. And I posted these trades in the trading group, right? Lost trades. Yeah, you can see there's the USD CAD trades, right? Went
Lutnick
ahead,
says Europe and
posted the
Canada
ad.
don't respect Trump.
And that is the ad. That's the correct price. Yep. Bum, 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 ba-dum. Yep. Again, I'm not sharing anybody else's stuff or anything else in the trading group. I'll just share my logs. If you guys want me to share your trading logs in the trading group, you know, put them in the public space. You know, just make a separate thread and forward the messages you want to publicly share into the public thread. Because I don't
Lutnick
want to
says
share
Trump
stuff
will
that
always
I don't,
respond bigger and
know.
stronger.
because it's stuff in the trading group, right? If you want to share stuff publicly, post it in a public channel, right? I'll share the stuff in my trade logs because that's, you know, my decision. But actually, I really should have a public space here too to post stuff from my trade logs, honestly. So then I don't, you know, because if I'm having a conversation with someone else in the trading group in my own trade log about
Canadian
a particular
industry
trade, I don't
minister
want to
saying
necessarily
industry
share that.
Canada to prioritize projects to use Canadian metals.
So I'm going to go
Adding
ahead and
US
make
steel and aluminum tariffs are unjustified.
Yeah, so this is going at it. I'm going to go ahead and make a public thread here and forward a couple of my select posts into my thread over here into the trades forum. And then I'll use those to review for streams going forward. Jeez, could we really jump this high up when we get the data here? It comes out in 10 minutes here, so building permits, core PPI, and initial jobless claims. And then we have all this tariff news that we just got, you know, against Canada from the United States, and all this failed stimulus going on in the Bundestag literally right now. Oh, and the FDP obviously is very, very, very much against all of this stimulus. You know, they just crossed the 5% threshold to get into the Bundestag. But that's who this guy represents in the FDP. But they are very, very fiscally conservative. And they are not going to vote for any of the stimulus going on. Not one bit of it. And we got this stream going here, so when Rubio starts to speak, we can watch it live. Rubio meets with Canadian Foreign Minister amid tariff review, so we'll be getting more. He landed in Quebec yesterday, so he's been talking with the Canadians for at least a good full 24 hours here. So we'll see if maybe Rubio's been able to temper the mood over in Canada and say like, okay, if you give us this and we give you that and that, we'll be good. So we'll see what Rubio's able to accomplish coming out of this meeting. Do. Right, and everything's looking good on all the other streams. Went ahead and just checked. Okay. So I'm going to turn on the Financial Juice chat as we're about to get some economic data here in about 8 minutes. But looks like the timer is off slightly, right? You can see how they're... I don't know if you guys can see that super clearly, but they're not changing all at the same time. They're like flip-flopping. This one changes and this one changes. Yeah. So the time there, the countdown timer there isn't synced across all these events.
Lundnik says India blocks US farmers.
Let's check out the yen. Yeah, a little bit of dollar strength. Nothing terribly crazy. I wouldn't... Yeah, all these dots seem reasonable to me for where we could end up topping out on the day. And check that out. That's probably the low for the day.
Lundnik cites limits for US car sales in South Korea and Japan.
We'll have to see how the Bundestag does. Again, you can see Merz like, no. Man, he's really digging into it. Look.
In das 500 Milliarden Euro Sondervermögen zu schieben und zwecks Koalitionsfrieden Haushaltsspielräume für Sozialgeschenke zu nutzen. Ich kann dem Wirtschaftsrat
so he's really going after Merz.
Recht geben. Genau.
Damn.
5 minutes away from the bottom of the hour, we get PPI year-on-year forecast 3.3%, prior 3.5%. Month-on-month forecast 0.3%, prior 0.4%. Core PPI year-on-year forecast 3.5%, prior 3.6%. Core PPI month-on-month forecast 0.3%, unchanged from the prior. Initial jobless claims forecast 225k, prior 221k. Continued jobless claims forecast 1.888 million, prior 1.897 million. And Canadian building permits month-on-month prior forecast minus 5%, prior 11%. Lundix says, I hope China will cut production of fentanyl ingredients. Lundix on the border says, so far, so good.
All right. Let's see how the data prints here. Oh, split view. That's actually really cool. I didn't know you could do that. Today I learned something new about trading. But why doesn't it jump to the other? There we go. And let's go over to USD CAD, considering we have US, Canadian building permits here. I would not be surprised to see us do something like this. And then we can timestamp that real quick. Again, it's okay to be wrong on expectations, so long you set expectations in the first place to be wrong about. It's really not a problem. If you don't start setting trading expectations, how will you know how good you are at setting them? All right, 2 more minutes. Getting closer and closer to release.
One minute to go now, lead with the PPI year on year. Landing says Trump policies will be reflected in the fourth quarter, maybe third quarter.
Got my fingers on my trading buttons.
You've just come from Panama, and you said that your meetings in Panama went well. After them, President Trump said that we're going to take the canal back, or something very powerful is going to happen. What's going to happen?
Well, I hope nothing's going to happen, and it shouldn't. Because, look, the president's point is we gave the canal in a treaty to Panama.
Oh, that was a month ago. I don't know
10 seconds.
what happened.
Thank you.
Oh, okay, we'll watch that later.
3.2%, 3.2% lower than the forecast of 3.3%. Core year-on-year, 3.4%, 3.4% lower than the forecast of 3.5%.
Jobs, right?
PPI month-to-month, 0%, 0% lower than the forecast of 0.3%. Core month-to-month, minus 0.1%, minus 0.1% lower than the forecast of 0.3%. Initial jobless claims, 220K, 220K lower than the forecast of 225K, prior being revised to 222K. And continued jobless claims, 1.870 million, 1.870 million, lower than the forecast of 1.888 million.
So net, that's pretty good.
So just seeing this P500, seeing a move towards the upside. Dixie seeing some weakness there for the back of the weaker than expected PPI data.
No, the US dollar should be strengthening because there were more bearish growth expectations pushing it down relative to the more positive growth expectations of all these other countries. So if all these other countries are still expected to have, if let's say the growth expectations of these other countries are beginning to become overestimated now, which seems to be more likely the case, and the US growth seems to be underestimated, which now seems to be more likely the case, the relative move should be US dollar higher and US equities higher. At least that's what I would expect. Maybe I'm wrong on that deduction, but we'll see probably by the end of the day or over the next day or two, going into the end of the week, whether or not that sticks, because
dollar pairing gains after soft February PPI readings.
Okay, so net, everything should be going to plan here. We should see some dollar strength.
Also, just seeing revisions on the PPI data for the month-to-month, prior revised to 0.6%. The core month-to-month, prior revised to 0.5%.
I wonder if Financial Juice is going to post those revised bits of data or not. So then I can actually see and compare it. Alright, let's go ahead and put on Mr. Rubio and see what he has to say.
Thank you.
Lundin says second quarter economic data will show some of Biden's policies.
Oh, they're still preparing. God, they made that really loud. Let's see here if I type in
Lundin's
Rubio.
interview ends.
Oh.
This is Canada's building permits month-to-month came in at minus 3.2%, minus 3.2%, higher than forecast minus 5%.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh. I'm guessing that's it. Canada's Elaine.
I'll get up. We're gonna go out.
Oh, okay, so that's it.
Thank you. Please go on.
So we actually don't get to watch that live. Great. Oh. Let's see here. Oh, Lutnick ends his interview. Where was Lutnick live at? Yeah. I wonder where Lutnick actually went live from. Was he on Bloomberg or something? Oh, Weidel is speaking from the AfD.
Gestützt haben, die massive Ausweitung von Staatsausgaben und Freiheitseinschränkungen
And she's speaking directly to MERS. You can tell by the way she's facing. She's trying to speak directly to MERS.
Just in diesem Moment, da die USA und Russland sich anschicken, das Massensterben in der Ukraine zu beenden, während sie, die schwarz-rot-grüne Koalition, dort unbeirrt Finanzhilfen und Rüstungsgüter
so she says the financing, I think, to Ukraine must end, if I understand correctly.
Eine Armee zu schaffen, die nicht nur Geld verschlingt, sondern auch voll einsatzbereit für die Landesverteidigung.
Again, I don't really speak German. I'm just like, oh, that sounds like Ukraine. Oh, that sounds like financing.
Das erste sogenannte Sondervermögen. Dazu braucht es zuerst eine Strategie.
I actually gotta learn some German, and I gotta prep up on my French if I'm actually gonna get involved in actually watching these things more seriously. I mean, you kind of have to if you want to be consistent on trading the euro. Otherwise, they're gonna be way behind guys who are fluent in those languages, who can actually trade that breaking news. So far, no crazy reactions. Let's check out the euro. Maybe the euro is lower. Oh, yeah, it is. It is quite lower. So yeah, I would not be surprised. And we don't need this anymore. I wouldn't be surprised to see us move a tad lower, right? Let's turn on financial.
June Fed rate cut after unemployment claims and PPI data.
Oh, did the odds of a June Fed rate cut go down? I guess we'll find out shortly.
So we have posted out the PPI report for February and also the Canadian building permits report for January on the Financial Newsfeed 333.
Yeah, U.S. short-term interest rate futures stay priced for a June Fed rate cut after unemployment and PPI data. Let's go ahead and put that into the central banks channel. Oh, we got this one over here from Big. Alright, right. On FX Street, BOJ unlikely to tighten the policy by more than current. Definitely have to check that one. Copy and paste. Let's see. Bank of Japan Governor Ueda warned that the size of BOJ's monetary base balance sheet current size is somewhat too big. Ueda also signaled that the bar is high for the bank to dial up the pace of rate hikes. Well, that's the pace of rate hikes. That means doing more than kind of what's already priced in. As such, the BOJ is unlikely to tighten the policy by more than it is currently priced. Yeah, so. Yeah, 2 more rate hikes still. Yeah, no new information. Nothing terribly crazy here.
Ausgaben.
Let's see. Weidel still speaking. Yep. She's really leaning in, trying to look at MERS. But then again, her constituency is also on the same side.
Permanent aid says 30-day ceasefire proposal is hasty and needs to be updated to take into account Russian interests, according to RIA News.
Okay, so the Russians aren't too happy about the Ukraine ceasefire deal. They aren't too happy about that. But we kind of knew that yesterday. It's just, more information, right? More information about all that. Russia-Ukraine war. Oh, thank you, Harold. Warning. Putin will break Ukraine ceasefire. I mean, there hasn't been a ceasefire yet, so how can you break it if there hasn't been? Also, if they don't even like the ceasefire deal to even agree to it, they're just outright saying, yeah, this proposal needs to be worked out further before we actually agree to that. Do. All right. We got something new in the Trump Watch thread. Oh, yeah, we did. Let's go ahead, click on that, and bring that over to here. The European Union, one of the most hostile and abusive taxing and tariffing authorities in the world, which was formed for the sole purpose of taking advantage of the United States, has just put a nasty 50% tariff on whiskey. If this tariff is not removed immediately, the US will shortly place a 200% tariff on all wines, champagnes, and alcoholic products coming out of France and other. Dude, I gotta go to Costco and pick up some. I gotta go to Costco. I'll be right back. I gotta go pick up some. I gotta go pick up some wine, guys, at Costco where the price fucking quadruples. Oh my god. Yeah, I gotta go to Costco and pick up a couple of things real quick. Oh man. Yeah, the euro just keeps falling here. I mean, that is the expectation though, right? It's very kind of easy to see. Again, also the yield spreads are quite negative, if I'm not mistaken, here on the daily. Right, if we look at the daily yield spreads, yeah, they finally went negative on the short term. They finally went negative on the short term. But real quick, let's go to a 2 hour. But you can see, right? It's like, hey, the Greens project, they don't like the debt brake reform bill, right? And then U.S. inflation comes in lower. Short-term interest rates pare back Fed, from 4 25 basis point rate cuts, 100 basis points of rate cuts to only 3. And then the Greens continue to not make any sort of deal here today at the Bundestag, right? Now this is the SPD. These are the people working with the CDU and the CSU. One of the things that I'm learning about is apparently the CSU aren't super interested in the CDU's proposals. Like, they're not 100% on board. So there could be some people who vote no from the CSU, from what I understand. I could be wrong, right? I could be very, very wrong. I'm not following German politics like that closely, but I'm trying to follow it as closely as I can, because the closer you can follow it, generally the better expectations about whether or not we get these things like these fiscal policies and these stimulus things actually passing. It becomes a little easier to create those expectations here. Let's see what people are saying about the most recent economic data here. So this is my heads of research list here on X. It's just a private list of guys who I follow. Let's see what they have to say. PPI month-over-month contributions. Wow, that looks really good. That looks really, really good. It was mostly negative services and energy. So services and energy disinflation. That's pretty good. Is the growth/stagflation scare over? Yeah. Hopefully. A headline PPI is flat, lower than expected. All that so far so good. Let's see here. Cultural extremism. I don't know, man. I don't know about that. Oh, it's a CNN poll. Nope. Not listening to that. Then this guy posting about Cybertrucks here. Plus, Putin may comment on U.S.-Ukraine ceasefire deal today during his presser. Well, he already did. Let's see here. I mean, actually, no, Putin hasn't spoken yet. However, Trump and Putin are going to be speaking tomorrow, so I doubt Putin is going to say anything that's like brazenly, oh, this is never going to work, right? Trump and Putin are going to be speaking tomorrow on the phone, which is probably going to be the biggest piece of news tomorrow. Let's see here. Oh, is Putin... 19 minutes ago, Putin rejects U.S. temporary ceasefire plan. Appears in military fatigues. Oh, that's not good. That's really not good for Russia. Because Trump is... You know, if Russia's not willing to negotiate, Trump is willing to go to war. Like... Trump is willing to do that, and the Chinese won't back the Russians at that point. What? You think the Chinese are going to get into a war over Ukraine? I mean, maybe they can find some other way to maybe use that as an excuse to then go and take Taiwan or something. Really, that's just massive speculation, right? So I don't want to dive too deep into that train of thought. No one will invade Taiwan. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Till the rest of the world has some knowledge manufacturing level on semiconductors, no one is touching Taiwan. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. And if you're not seeing that in the YouTube chat, right, or the Twitch or the Kick, that's because it's over on WAP. I'm still reading the WAP chat. Yeah. Alright, let's keep going. The stagflation trade is proving to be a rare winner as the stock market rout continues. Goldman long-short stagflation bucket, which benefits from rising commodity prices and healthcare stocks, while betting against consumer discretionary and chip stocks has gained 18% so far. Yeah, it's done quite well. I mean, it probably isn't going to continue to do well if we continue to get pro-growth economic data here out of the United States, right? Oh man, look at that. Look at that big fat red bar, man. Yep, moving as expected. Moving as expected. Let's actually check out Euro. I'm pretty sure Euro CAD is lower. Yeah, Euro CAD is definitely lower. It's down 74, 75 pips at the moment. Oh, we just got to jump higher on the dollar CAD, if I'm not mistaken, right? Yeah, we just got our jump higher here. Now it's going to be more or less a matter of, do we make a new higher high on the day for this particular pair here? Because you see I have trades open. I'd like it to go higher. And given all of these tariff discussions, to put it mildly, that we have going on, I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah. Let's check my subscriptions here, see if we have any live news feeds that we can check out. Views of Vatican and Rome Hospital while Pope Francis is being treated. Nope, we don't want that live stream. G7 ministers gather in Quebec for a meeting. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. It's what we do want to watch. Oh.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, wow, we just loaded up at just the right time. Yeah, G7 Canada. What does that say? Cananan... It's a kiss? What? Can-ana... Kiss. What the hell? What the hell? Cananascus. Cananascus. That's definitely what it's got to say. It's like banana, right? Canananscus. That's such a funny word, man. Okay. So far, and then we have CDU, CSU guys speaking right now. They're gonna be speaking for a few more hours here. So we're gonna watch and see what happens. Let's go ahead and put that on mute, because that's gonna be a while till that event starts. Yeah, so the trade today was probably short euro, but then again, long dollar net has worked out phenomenally. Oh wow, we are gonna probably get this trade, huh? Wow. Okay. That would be very, very cool. I'd be open maybe to taking an end of day trade into something like that. Again, I'd be cautious about making sure not to get hit going long here, right? If I can get my drawing tools out. Going long here, there's a risk of the thing coming down and going to these spots here. So the game plan would be to put a stop loss right there. And then all this space here, all this drawdown doesn't happen, right? Either the low comes in here or you're out, right? And if I could, I believe, there, the stop would be right there. Hey, I'm getting better at doing my presentations. Also, I'm pretty sure, yeah, Blackboard, right? Hello. Hello. This is the BB, the blackboard. And I'm not gonna bring up the whiteboard. That I don't want to flashbang anyone here with the whiteboard. Oh man. That's the most annoying thing I can possibly think I could do here on the stream. Just a flashbang out of nowhere with the epic pen, man. Oh, this is a very nice song. Please no. Yeah, please no. Yeah. Really, that's a Greek name? This thing? Kenenanzas? Maybe you can tell me how to pronounce it later, Ari. I'd appreciate that, maybe. If that's a Greek name? Really? Oh. Well, no major news is coming down the wire here on Financial Juice at the moment. Let's check out the equity markets, how they're holding up. They're holding up.
Trump says egg prices are down, oil is down, and interest rates are down. It's just put out another Truth Social.
Okay, let's go ahead and check that out.
So his full comment in Wall Street Journal has no idea what they're doing or what they're saying. Saying that egg prices are down, oil is down, interest rates are down, and tariff-related money is pouring into the US.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
EU Trade Commissioner Šefčovič reached out to US counterparts on Wednesday over tariffs, and calls are being prepared, according to the European Commission.
Alright, nothing terribly crazy so far. Let's see if we can get any more news. Say hello to Putin, everybody. Wave. Wave to Putin. Yeah, happy Putin meme. Oh god, I sure hope he works something out with Trump tomorrow on a ceasefire, man. The fact he shows up in military regalia and says no ceasefire, it's like, okay, you know, are you sure you don't want to get, are you sure you actually want to end this thing? Right? Yeah, from what I saw, egg prices in some places are falling. They're not falling where I am right now, but egg prices have been quite volatile, so the fact that they're falling could be a fluke, but the fact that they are conveniently falling around the time inflation takes a dip is very, very, at a minimum, very coincidental convenient.
Effective Fed funds rates unchanged at 4.33%.
Oh yeah, these are all of the alcohol companies. European spirit and drink makers drop after US President Trump threatens to retaliate with a 200% tariff on European alcohol products. Spirit maker Pernod Ricard dropped 3%. Cognac maker Remy Cointreau, negative 3.4%. David Campari, negative 2.8%, and Diego, 0.3%. I think we should put that in the tariffs watch.
Russian central bank gold and forex reserves at $639.1 billion in the latest week versus $632.4 billion in the previous week.
Oh, yeah. Yep. Oh, and who is John? Well, I'll have to check out who he is later, because that's a good bit of analysis. And we're going to put that into the debt chat, because that's a good little bit of analysis.
Wall Street Journal saying that Witkoff involved in talks for a deal between Trump and Binance.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, it's fun. Let's see here. Anything else to check out? A lot of posts.
So again, Witkoff has been involved in talks for a deal between Trump's and Binance, according to sources cited by the Wall Street Journal. So again, Trump family has held deal to talks with Binance following crypto exchange's guilty plea.
Oh, that's interesting. All right, who's speaking now? Okay, the Greens are speaking again. What we really want to watch out for is when Habeck comes and speaks here at the podium. Habeck, I believe, is the guy in charge of the Greens. So nothing terribly crazy here. Trump family held deal talks with Binance following crypto exchanges guilty plea. I mean, we'll see what that means ultimately sometime later. All right. Let's
According
go back
to
the
Kommersant
charts.
reporters, Russia's President Putin to meet with U.S. envoy Witkoff.
Okay, that's good news. Oh. For a sec I thought there would be an update on my ticket. Damn. TradingView's just promoting the ways you can gift other people subscriptions in TradingView.
French Minister Laurent Martin on latest Trump tariff proposals. We will not yield to threats and we will protect our industries.
Yeah, we are still
So again, French
looking for
won't give in to
updates
Trump's
on
threats,
bonus
according to
stuff.
Trade Minister. As French Trade Minister Saint Martin responding to Trump comments.
Let's put that into Russia-Ukraine war. So they're going to be meeting up. Cool. Man, I am starting to think it would not be crazy to go down here. Like this spot that we pointed out earlier today, I'm starting to think it wouldn't be so crazy at this point. And to illustrate that, I'm going to turn off the I'm going to just have it show only future lows, and you can see if we do make any more lows, lower lows on the day, these are future lows that have occurred before in history, with tops that have occurred around here before for similar trading days before. So I'd be more inclined to expect a low somewhere around here later today in the trading day if we continue to see the debate over here in the Bundestag devolve. So let's go ahead. Again, even if you're wrong on setting your expectations, at least you set an expectation and explained why, right? And then when new information comes along, you'll be like, oh, well, that information's out of date, or that assumption was wrong, or there was a massive surprise against it, right? You'll be able to learn how to quickly interpret new information as it changes your expectations. But you'll never learn how to do it if you don't start setting expectations and be willing to be wrong. Sometimes very, very wrong, very, very frequently. There have been times on stream where I set up expectations for multiple assets, multiple asset classes, over multiple weeks, and nail it back to back to back to back to back. And it feels so good, nailing all those expectations. Of course, it doesn't feel good to have your expectations missed, right? I mean, that kind of goes for most things in life. If you don't have your expectations met, it's very, it doesn't feel good, right? Depending on how big of a miss it is from what you were expecting. But we'll see, right? We'll see at least how this expectation holds up. Let's see, from here... Oh yeah, you know, this is already... Oh yeah, I should be up... 92 pips. Not quite 100 pips. Not quite 100 pips. Yeah, because this is in the 20s, in the 15s, and this is currently in the 30s. Yeah. Oh, I think we're about to make a new high on dollar CAD, if I'm not mistaken. I got it open on another window here. Yeah, we are making a new high on the dollar CAD. Looks like. Just barely. Any other assets you guys want me to check out and be following here? And by assets, I don't just mean FX, right? We can also look at all these different commodities, and we can even look at crypto. And so far, the bullish expectation is not getting met here on Bitcoin side of things. But honestly, the data that came out today, I don't think should be negatively impacting Bitcoin. This should be good. So, in my opinion on crypto, I would want to fade the move based on my interpretation of the economic data. Also, let's size these things up and turn off future lows so we can see kind of more properly. Yeah, there's a lot of lows that occur right around here. So if we do fall further on Bitcoin today, it's probably going to be around 51.5K, or maybe towards the end of the day it drifts a bit lower, around just above the 82K handle, right? So doing something like that on Bitcoin into the close, pretty much. So something like this, but I'm not. I don't have that kind of a view on Bitcoin. So I'll set a more bullish expectation. Let's see here. Let's look at the highs. So assuming that this is the low for the day, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see a move up too. Again, could always be wrong, but that's the point of setting expectations. to see if the more expectations you set, the better you'll get at setting. And then XRP, look how good that's doing, right? XRP is doing really well off this economic data today. Sol, not so much. ADA, so did some XRP news come out or something? XRP is doing particularly well. Let's see. Let's check out a few commodities. Oh wow, iron is doing really well today. Check that also. This was courtesy. Yeah, check that out. Iron ore is on a nice rebound today after dropping off a cliff.
Trump just posting on Truth Social again saying the US doesn't have free trade. We have stupid trade. The entire world is ripping us off.
Okay. Thank you, Financial Juice. French Trade Minister. France won't give into Trump threats. So far, everything's going so good. So we're going through the commodity space right now. Let's check out gold. XAU. Which chart to use? I mean, we could use ON. Yeah, I'd rather. Yeah. Nah, I'd rather use this one. Pause that and load up another playlist here. All right, so this is on the month. Let's see if that is the low, somewhere around here. Would not be surprised to see the top somewhere around here. Let's draw this with a box quick. Something like that. And make that fully transparent. Go 6, 13. All right. Also, real quick, let's make that green, green, green. Let's just call that green. Yes, save that. So, given this is the actual low for the month on gold, I'd expect us to be up here. And if that's the top for the month, I'd expect us to be way down here. Honestly, I think it'd be more likely we end up way down here than up here, given the US growth and inflation recovery that we are kind of having. Right, that was an alert on my end. Euro CAD. Oh, wow. Yeah, check that out. The daily, yeah, the yield spreads are no longer in the significant territory. Wow. Did EuroCAD have an amazing run or what? What a crazy run for EuroCAD. I just think it's more likely to see the downside here, in my opinion, on gold. Because of pickup in growth here. I'd rather be bearish on gold at the moment. All right, let's move on to oil. Let's just assume that's the low on oil. In a growth environment, oil should be either holding its value or becoming a bit more expensive. Wow, not a whole lot of dots here, huh? I mean, all the dots are just up and to the right over here of the area we're able to search, so I don't know if we're going to see that huge of a jump given the current supply dynamics with OPEC going on here. I don't know, let's look at some closing odds. Yeah, this is going to be tricky. Because this is effectively saying, hey, most of the time you do get your close for the month all the way up here. But also it's saying, hey, just closing around here is also pretty likely. This is more likely, but this is, you know, this is what you call bimodal distribution. You got two peaks here. You got one there and one right there, right here and here. Oh, we just made the 100 pips on the euro-dollar short. Finally, the euro-dollar shorting has worked. Ooh, wow, that was loud. So it looks like we are on our way now to that next expectation lower. That was a smart move to set up your expectations, right? Nothing wrong with creating expectations, guys. Oh, it's just a gold. The thing with gold, Ari, right? That's just a growth inflation matrix thing. How does gold respond when growth is increasing in a country? So here's the problem with the very, very basics. We'll just pull up the black bar for this. And I want... Ooh, that's my color. Yeah. Let's see here. Growth inflation matrix. So right now, let's say this is growth. So this is positive growth. This is negative growth. And then inflation. This is positive inflation, this is negative inflation. So for the US, the growth inflation matrix looked something like, and by the way, this is expectations, EXP. This is not what things are actually printing at. That's the main assumption and clarification here. This is not the real print. So real, not real.
Fitch Rating says economic fears and trade war will hit European diversified industrials orders.
All right. The real
UK major banks are well positioned to navigate macroeconomic uncertainties.
Okay, sec. Just gonna pull this up on a separate monitor here. And mute that while I do this. Alright, cool. So the real expectation would be like, okay, we have somewhat positive growth here, and like, what is the last CPI print we had was like around here, so that would be roughly where we are. Actually, I can use like a red color, right? So that's where we currently are in the real space, right? Now for the expectations, where we thought we were going to be was, okay, we're going to see this inflation print because of increasing unemployment, because of increasing inflation. We were going to start to see a move down to here, right? So inflation stays high, but growth retreats. And it's in this scenario where owning gold actually would be really positive, right? So yellow for gold, right? Gold would do really well in this kind of environment because you want your money in something that's stable and is going to grow against inflation, right? So this would be a really great scenario for gold. This was our expectation, right? Lower growth in the US and higher inflation. But the data that we've had come out over the last week, there we go. The data we had come out over the last week was more along the lines of, let's see if I can pull up, what color? Okay, let's use that. We actually had growth come in, inflation come in over here, and we don't yet necessarily know where growth is going to be, but it's probably going to either be only a little negative or effectively about the same thing. So this is kind of our range that we're currently expecting for GDP to come in. Now, if GDP comes in down here and our inflation is right here, then gold is good, right? Gold would be still fine. If GDP print came in a little negative, then it'd be pretty, like, small check mark for me. Like, okay, we can get away with it. If GDP comes out here, like maybe a little below what the prior number is, or about the same, or a little higher, like within a margin of error of the prior number, let me go ahead and, delete all these things here. Boop, boop, boop. Right? If we come in, so let's say this is the prior print, and this is what we are getting next for GDP, that's a much better expectation than down here, right? Or way over here. Because it's in this quadrant, right? This quadrant right here, this is the good for gold quadrant. And with the data we recently got, that seems less likely and that seems less likely. So, with all that said and done, this area here, right? This whole spot right here, this is still pretty risk on, right? This whole area is good for US equities net net. So, inflation coming down, and then this area over here, I gotta recall, I can't recall off the top of my head what particular assets perform well in that area. But at least that's why I have the gold expectation, right? That's at least why I can say, okay, I can see where the data is pointing to on the upside for gold, but given the data that has just come out about growth and inflation in the United States and around the world, you know, if the rest of the world does slow, if growth does slow globally, it would induce other countries to buy gold, and that could move gold higher, right? But they would need to slow like much more significantly. So I'd rather be on the short side here on gold going forward, because I don't totally agree with the expectation that all these tariffs are going to actually get put on. Like, it's creating a lot of volatility in the markets because Trump will take them off, put them off, send out delegates, they'll come to an agreement, they'll agree to something, the agreement will get put off, and then, oh, the agreement is back on, right? It's a lot of negotiating, it's a lot of noise, and we have to follow it closely and take what is said literally. But in the end, while trading through that noise, there's this overarching trend that needs to be made aware of, okay, what's the actual data doing while we wait for these tariffs to either come in and take effect, right? What's the actual data doing in the meantime while all this other noise is going on and still moving markets, right? That noise, all this stuff about tariffs is moving markets. But the net trend, the net move over a longer, like a couple of weeks or a couple of months, is going to depend on how the actual economic data prints. So day to day, there are going to be plenty of trade setups based on, you know, what Trump says here on Truth Social. But the economic prints here are going to dictate what the overall trend is. And right now, based on at least how I'm interpreting the data, I would rather be bearish on gold right now. So yeah, hopefully that was a more than ample answer. Yeah, nice and chill stream so far. We've had the stream going on for a while. I think the Bundestag is still speaking. Yeah, this is going to be a long stream. We're going to be here for... We're going to be here for a good while. At least until the Bundestag is done speaking. And then we'll have more or less an idea of what's going to end up happening to the euro. Oh, looks like the euro actually bounced. That's nice. You don't want to see the euro fall too fast. I don't know, man, but considering where the low currently is, it's a pretty small likelihood that this is actually the low for the day. And you can see why I think that if I turn on the only future lows setting here, so either this is the low for the day and we don't make any further lows, or we do make a further low and it's somewhere here. Boom. Okay, so far, Dollar Cat is just chucking away and stuff. How are the Aussies doing? Oh, look, looks like we hit our expectation, at least in price, not necessarily in time, right? turn that off so we can see all the dots. Yeah. So, the low currently today is right at where we drew it. I'm not totally sure we'll get this rebound now, right? But so long the low is around here, we can get this kind of rebound. Let's see here. And then on the New Zealand side, does New Zealand have a similar situation? Let's turn on the clotheslines. Let's see here. Yeah, a lot of... No, those are from way over there. I'd be on the more skeptical side. I think that we'll end up closing around here. Looking at these clotheslines, this is such a mess, man. Those clotheslines are such a mess. It can kind of give me a headache just looking at that. But somewhere around here or like way up here seems to be the answer. Again, if this is the low right here, I'd be more inclined to expect that, right? Let's go ahead and how about we reduce the size of our search a little bit. Yeah, that's a little clearer to see. Yeah. Let's try 0.1. Yeah, more lines show up there. Okay. Cool. Alright. How much is that? That would be roughly 20 pips. 15, 16 pips. Is that kind of... Is that worth it? For an end-of-day thing? What's the offer here on... Yeah, New Zealand would probably be the better end-of-day trade. I'll go ahead and take a shot. Okay, we are in for an end-of-day trade. Let's see. Let's make sure we line this up. Just make sure it's the right spot. Make sure I'm not putting the bid price in. 0.568. Alright. Let's go ahead and use this to set up a reasonable stop. Actually, right where the stop is seems to be pretty good. You just want to find where there's like a gap in the dots. So see how we have a bunch of dots right around here? And then there's like this little area right there. The dots improve here. There's a cluster of dots there. There's a cluster of dots right there. So, you know, right around here in time would be a pretty good place to have the stop. So, right around there. Again, it's a bit of a finicky thing because there's a lot of lines and dots and stuff all around. But this is why having drawing tools helps a ton. So Let's hit save. And we'll go ahead and put the actual stop at the actual spot it is on the drawing, plus 1 pip, because that's the spread that I get on Oanda. Alright, cool. Coolioli. Let's see if that works. Oh, I should probably timestamp that. Yeah, I should probably timestamp this one. 125, 03, 13, 6, 35. Nice. And we can just set it like this. And hey, the trade was in 0.1 pip profit for a second. Alright. We'll see if history repeats itself, right? Because we're using historical data for this analysis. Might go and get some sleep before it all whips back in a bit. Absolutely. Thank you for hanging around, Ari from Australia. We still got another Ari in WAP. So. Yeah, see you in a bit, Big. See you in a bit. Oh, man, but we still got time here on the stream because we are still following the Bundestag and waiting for news to drop from Financial Juice. Let's see, did we get anything major? No. Major UK banks are well positioned to navigate macroeconomic uncertainties. Yeah, nothing crazy. I have Financial Juice back on, so if you do hear...
Cinto shares jumping 18% in the biggest gain since March 2020.
Oh, that's incredibly important. We were looking for that for the last couple of days. USD/JPY, that should send yen higher. We should see this go lower now. Let's go ahead and set a bearish expectation here. That should be good for a stronger yen. And we should see some Japanese equities come down. Maybe the index just holds its current level for the rest of the day, but yeah, this should start going lower now. If those Shunto numbers actually are really, really good, as in high, like really, really high, then that should set higher inflation expectations in Japan and help further solidify expectations of 2 more rate hikes, 2 more 25 basis point rate hikes from the Bank of Japan sometime this year. Maybe we should check things out for the week ahead here. Yeah. That was a smart idea. So given the top here, you can see all these dots right here. Let's go ahead and draw a box. That's effectively going to be our closing expectation, so let's set that to blue, blue, blue. Calls. Oh, but the yield spreads are on the positive side here. No, that's more or less mixed. How about here on the daily? How are the yield spreads doing here on the daily? Yeah, they are on the more positive side, don't get me wrong, but those shunto numbers should bring things down a bit. Who knows? Maybe the positive US expectations will overcome this, right? The positive, no longer expecting crazy negative US GDP numbers or really crazy high inflation numbers or really high unemployment is not going to put as much pressure on expecting lower growth in the US. But the shunto numbers for Japan specifically should fight against that trend in helping solidify the rate hike expectations from the BOJ. So don't get me wrong, while I do set this as my expectation, I'm making it very, very clear what my assumptions are going into this expectation here. Because I still need to actually need to see those shunto numbers to actually see if they match the expectations, right? Were the shunto numbers like really high, or also the New Zealand dollar stuff is doing a-okay here. Oh, the Canadian dollar isn't bouncing higher. Oh. Well, that sucks on the Canadian dollar side of things. I mean, maybe we'll see it move higher into end of day or over tomorrow, but that kind of sucks it's not moving higher. At least we've been short euro dollar, and because of all the things going on with the Bundestag not being able to get jack done. Oh, we got another guy from the CDU-CSU speaking here.
UK ONS says that they will delay January trade data, which had been scheduled for March 14th, or tomorrow.
Wait, was the shunto data leaked? Or is that some other trade data that they're talking about?
ONS says they will publish January trade data March 28th, citing identification of error in trade data.
Ah, okay. So this is something else. Okay. Oh man, don't tell me we pinpoint the low on the day, like the exact low on the day. Oh man, we were like 0.3 pips off, 0.2 pips off from the low on the day, and technically I think an hour off, at least one bar off it seems. So yeah, I would expect a bit of a rebound into the close now. So we'll probably see 10 pips, right? We'll probably see this kind of move now into the close here on the Aussie. Yeah, I took profit on Eurodollar shorts, but looking to re-enter. Oh, man. Oh, Denise. Oh. You'd have a much easier time sleeping at night if you didn't sell off. Again, I don't think this expectation might get hit now, but you know, these yield spreads are starting to go negative. Come on. Load up yield spreads. I know it's a lot of data. There we go. Yeah, all the negative yield spreads here over the last 2 trading days. Yeah. If this holds up going into Monday or Tuesday next week, it's the top for the month, right? It's the top. Oof. Yeah, I'm gonna set another expectation here. Into the close. That's starting to look a bit more likely, especially if the Bundestag can't come to an agreement on deck. That would be my closing expectation somewhere around here. We can put a box on it.
Just a heads up, Mexico's economy minister abroad, currently speaking in Mexico City.
Yeah, somewhere around there, close for the week. If these negative yield spreads continue to hold, and that is in fact the top for the week, I'd expect us to close, or at least find the next low for the week around here if we do continue to make lower lows, which is about another 100 pips. Quite a move, you know, quite a move. Yeah, Denise, it sure can be hard to hold winners, but nowadays, it's a lot easier for me. I mean, it is easier for me because I have all this extra information from all these indicators.
Mexico's economy minister, tariffs on steel and aluminium are a bad idea, but we can take other measures.
I have all this extra information from all these indicators and then all these research threads, right? Everything here in the research forum, and then everything here in the trades forum.
And abroad says Mexico begins consultation on possible response measures.
And then everything here in the trading group, right? Also, just a reminder, trading group's $100 a month. It comes with the trading group, it comes with the indicators, right? And if you want to learn how to use these in like a little closed environment, you'll get one-on-ones with me, right? Comprehensive tutorials and one-on-one sessions with boss to cover this. Also, how to start reading these outlooks and where to get them, and how to start reading them on your own, and how to have your own email that has 500 messages, right, from all these geopolitical research groups and all these institutional banks who are effectively handing out free research.
Abroad says Mexico is preparing to use any tools necessary for tariffs.
Okay. No news from Trump. The Greens are speaking again, and they're
Forschung gewesen. Und Sie sind sehenden Auges in diese Situation hineingelaufen. Sie sind sehenden Auges in die Sackgasse hineingerannt, in der Sie sich jetzt befinden. Und wenn ich höre, was heute von Unions- und SPD-Seite gesagt wird.
Yeah, man, I gotta get better at understanding my German here. But we're gonna be having French stuff coming up, so it'd probably be better if I spent that time learning some more French, actually. So that I'm actually coherent when we start having the serious French political stuff start to happen.
Trump on Truth Social says Canada needs America. America does not need Canada. Just reiterating Grant Cardone of Cardone Capital. So Trump just rehashing what Grant Cardone has said. Canada needs America. America does not need Canada.
Just post it? Oh my god, literally 30 seconds. Literally right when we check it, there was a new post. Yeah, Canada needs America. He's quoting Grant Cardone? Really? That just goes to show Cardone's influence in the world, right?
Ebrard says that we will act with cold blood, firmness to find the best position.
Alright, let's see who's up next. Who's up next in the Bundestag to speak? Because I think they speak for what, another hour? We have one more hour of
So Mexico is evaluating tariff tools to face April 2nd deadline, according to Ebrard.
Canada needs America, America needs Canada. Trump quoting Grant Cardone. Alright, who's this guy? Oh, also FDP. So another guy who's not in favor of the stimulus. Let's see. That's holding up pretty alright. Canada has bounced back, which is nice to see. At least bounced back in the direction of a stronger dollar. And we'll see if the expectation maybe gets met in the next hour. Let's look at some closing expectations here. So let's use the dots. Turn on the clotheslines. Oh, that's way too big.
According to the information, Oracle is lead contender to help run TikTok New Deal.
Ooh, there's a lot of dots around here. Let me just turn off the clotheslines real quick. Yeah. Around here, there's a lot, and around here, there's a lot. Now, I don't think we're going to be moving up to here that fast, so I don't know if we're making higher highs. Maybe we gotta end up doing something like this into a close. Right? Unless this is the top here, where we're currently at. That's settings for the wrong indicator. Close lines.
US stocks extend their fall with the Nasdaq down 1%.
So we would be closing like this. If the top is in now, and this is the low that we get for the day, this would be where we end up closing on the day. Right? However, I think that the positive expectations are good enough on the US side of things to keep positive momentum going here. So I'm going to set this expectation here. This is, don't get me wrong, one of the more risky expectations that I could be setting. Right? Somewhere around here, turn off the clotheslines real quick. Let's actually reduce the number of dots here. Loading. Yeah. So it's kind of this cluster here. Somewhere around here, we get our clothes. That would be my expectation. If we're creating a new higher high on the day, I would skew more towards getting the high over here to end a day rather than, you know, we jump, what, 40 pips in the next hour or two? I'd rather set this as my expectation, given the data here. But this could, again, be just as wrong. If we don't make a new high, something like this, right, that I already pointed out, seems more likely. So this is just based on the assumption that we do make higher highs, that the expectations of US growth faltering start to rotate more seriously. And given the prints that we got today for PPI and I believe yesterday for CPI, it's going to make the FOMC meeting at the upcoming meeting be like, okay, you know, inflation's on track and things are going well and we're in no rush to change stuff, but if there's any sort of pressure from tariffs that come in between now and the next meeting, we might have to go in May, but we have no expectation of that right now, given current news. But we'll be ready if tariffs do actually do anything meaningful to our economic prints. That's essentially what I'm expecting the Fed to say at the next meeting. So because of that kind of expectation, you know, I would like to set an expectation for some positive drift. Alright, is that guy... Oh no, we have someone from the SPD now speaking. Okay. I'm checking out the names of a bunch of other trading live streams right now. Everything looks so far so good. Yeah. A lot of traders are starting to log off right about now. I'm not, because we still have to wait till the end of the Bundestag meeting and make sure we quadruple check that we don't get any major news or revelations, right, that come out. So we still got about an hour left here on the stream until the Bundestag is done. It's a long stream today, guys. A long stream today. Yes, sir, it is, Mr. Aristotle. Or they're on top. Let me join the stream, see how many people refresh the live stream. Double check that it's actually. Alright, cool. Everything's good over there. On Twitch, everything seems to be good.
Keep in mind, US Treasury Secretary Bessent speaking on CNBC now.
All right, let's open up CNBC.
Bessent says we are focused on the real economy. Bessent says the aim is long-term gains for the market and American people. So again, US Treasury Secretary Bessent focused on long-term gains for the market and Americans.
Yeah, nothing on YouTube. We're not live on YouTube. So we'll continue listening to Financial Juice for info from Bessent. And yeah, they got a new CDU CSU speaker up on the podium.
Bessent says, I'm not concerned about a little bit of volatility.
Alrighty. Yep, and so far we're moving in the expected direction.
US Treasury Secretary Bessent, when asked about the stock market, says we are focused over the medium and long term.
I'm gonna add a note here. Shunto. I believe that was the news. That the wages came in higher than expected.
Bessent says a US government shutdown would be disruptive.
That was me. That little bling. I'm opening up Japanese headlines here. Apparently,
as Bessent speaks here, just seeing some weakness in the dollar and some strength come through in the S&P 500.
all right, I'll go ahead and post this in the economics channel. With a little summary here. Just the first paragraph summary that you would see for free anyway on the webpage. Japan's largest employers announced bullish pay increases on Wednesday amid rising inflationary pressures on households, while the Bank of Japan continued watching the market for signs to raise interest rates. Apparently, we got another round of companies announcing higher wages today at this time, which is what I heard over the squawk at Financial Juice. I don't know why Financial Juice hasn't posted anything about it. I just heard it over the squawk. But I find that very unusual when you hear important information like that over the squawk, and then financial juice.
Besant, when asked about Trump's threatened 200% tariffs on EU alcohol, says not sure why one or two items from one or two trading blocks is a big deal.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Until you talk to an alcoholic. It's not really that big of a deal. It's just one or two sectors of the economy, right? Some of the most people who are sometimes the most dependent, right, on that.
Besant adds that aside from metals and likely autos, everything else is up for grabs for tariff negotiations.
Euro's having a little bit
and
of a
Besant
bounce
adds
back.
if trading partners want to ratchet things up, surplus countries will take the biggest hit.
So let's see here. Given these lows, where do we end? Actually, right around these prices here, so I'm not expecting any further upside now on the euro, or any more significant downside at this point. I'd expect us to effectively trade sideways down for the rest of the day here on the euro. Unless, of course, we get some information here from the Bundestag. I'm going to turn that.
US Treasury Secretary Besant says companies are generally supportive of the transition away from government spending. Besant is confident that the Trump tax bill is on track.
Yeah, so far DXY has done pretty good on the day. Pretty okay. It's done okay. But how about that? DXY has done okay so far today. I think that's a fair assessment.
US Treasury Secretary Besant says a detox does not have to be a recession.
Yeah, I had more bullish expectations for Bitcoin here. Let's see. Turn on the clotheslines.
Besant says trying to get a tax bill done and controlling expenses.
Okay, so let's see here. I think setting up closing expectations is going to be pretty straightforward here. Something along those lines. It's going to be red on the day. I think tomorrow's going to be bullish. I think tomorrow's going to be a nice bullish day for Bitcoin. Yeah, somewhere around here. Yep. Somewhere around here. A lot of the data points too. Like the upper half of the 82K handle. The upper half of the 82K handle.
The US Treasury updates Iran-related sanctions.
Oh, okay.
WTI weakening on this initial announcement, just waiting for some more colour on this. So the US Treasury sanctions Iran's Pakistan.
So we hit the price expectation on the downside. Now let's see if we'll hit it on the upside. And on the euro side, we hit one expectation. This more bearish expectation, I don't think we're going to be hitting that now. This more bearish expectation is yet to be seen depending on how tomorrow moves. If we see any more follow through on yield spreads moving more negative due to the Bundestag, and specifically the Greens and somewhat of the CSU not falling in line with expectations to vote for the stimulus.
I was looking through the Treasury's updated Iran-related designations. Following entities have been added. Seems to be a list of shipping companies, an Aran Ship Management, a Celestine Maritime, a Fallon Shipping Company, also a Hong Kong Hishan Transportation Trading Company as well.
Okay. Yeah, there's a stimulus bill for military and infrastructure and the debt brake going through here at the Bundestag. I believe the debt brake, though, is next week on the 18th, so this is just for the 2 stimulus bills that make €500 billion. And we'll see if they pass. My expectation is that they will. But then again, the big one is the debt brake increase.
US Treasury Secretary Bessent says maybe inflation is getting under control. Seeing some strength in the S&P 500 here. Also, Russia's foreign ministry says that Russia has expanded its sanctions list in response to the EU's 16th sanction package.
Yeah, bit of recovery since Bessent started speaking.
Bessent says dollar priced in a lot of the Trump. Bessent says the dollar priced in a lot after the Trump victory. Bessent says on the US dollar, it's natural to see adjustment. Also seeing a draft paper on defence, European Commissions to invite EU countries to swiftly agree on the most pressing critical defence capability areas with a view to launching a large-scale pan-European flagship project. Also, US Special Envoy Witkoff is in Moscow for talks with Russian officials about the Ukraine war, according to a source briefed on the matter. Did hear about this coming through yesterday. Bessent says we could see upside growth surprise in Europe.
Yeah, maybe. Alright, we still got another hour on the stream until the Bundestag session is over. Yeah, that's...
Also, US Special Envoy Witkoff is in Moscow for talks with Russian officials about Ukraine war, when a source briefed on matter.
Okay, U.S. Special Envoy.
Also from Bessent, in regards to seeing the potential, or could see a surprise growth in Europe. It also says China seems to have stabilized.
Markets are moving quite a bit here on Bessent's comments about European growth, huh?
Bessent on the dollar says it's natural for other countries to do well.
Yeah, check that out. Nice continued little rebound from the sense saying, oh, Europe, you're going to do well, right?
Besson says we're having a dialogue with China. Also, European Commission will propose measures to deepen the single market for defence, notably through greater clarity in procurement and regulatory simplification and harmonisation, according to draft white paper on defence.
I'll tell you what, Denise, you probably feel very, very good about hopping out of Eurodollar before this little jump back up
Besson
higher.
says hoping to get to tax bill in the coming weeks.
You might just get a very easy spot to get short again sometime in the near future. You might be getting your wish. Very, very good for you. Very, very, very nice to see. It's so nice when the world just conspires in your favor, doesn't it? Oh yeah, 90 pips is very, very good. Very, very, very good. I wonder.
European Commission says it will propose the European Commission will propose by June 2025 Defence Omnibus Simplification Regulation onto draft white paper on defence.
Alright, there. We got the pivot levels on. Set that to unbiased. And my expectation now is Eurodollar essentially trades sideways for the rest of the day. Let's check out another pair. Ah, alright, pound. That looks good. And we want to check out high dots, given this current. Alright, so if we make a new high on the pound, it'd probably be up here over the next few hours. So sometime over the next 3-4 hours.
So a reminder, about 10 minutes time we get the EIA natural gas change
so
BCF.
sure we'll actually
Forecast
get
is
better.
for a draw of 49 BCF compared to the prior draw of 80 BCF. Besson says I wouldn't hesitate to increase sanctions on China. So again, Besson says we wouldn't hesitate to increase sanctions on Russia.
Yeah, you know what? Given where the current low is, I'm more in line with having slightly more bullish expectations here on the pound. Something along these lines. Shh. Right? So we'll set a bullish expectation like that, and then an end today expectation like that. Make that green. And we'll timestamp this. Copy that over. Paste that over here. And it'd probably be something more along these lines, right? Something like that. Where the top comes in somewhere around here. Yeah, so just a slightly higher high and then a pullback. Pound probably ends the day.
We have posted out the US Treasury Iran-related designation sanctions on the financial news feed for you to read through.
Man, I am happy I pointed this one out. That was a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun taking this trade right now. Okay. Dollar CAD is still having a hard time making a new higher high. But again, considering the more, you could say, flagrant fighting that's going on between the US and Canada right now, I am still gonna stay on the long USD side against CAD here.
According to a draft white paper, European Commission, EU should consider introducing European preference into public procurement for strategic defense-linked sectors.
Either this thing effectively closes sideways on the day, like I said for my euro-dollar expectation, or we end up closing higher, way up here on the day. Effectively closing sideways on the day, or we get a jump for some reason somewhere over here. I would like to see the jump.
Besson says we've had a big unwind in markets.
But I'm going to keep my eye open here. And again, a sideways move is still totally acceptable for these trades, right? Going into the close like this, still totally
Besson
acceptable.
says government shutdown wouldn't be good for the economy.
That's right. A government shutdown would not be good for the economy. Even if a shutdown did occur, well, if a shutdown did occur, it wouldn't be good for the US dollar. The US dollar would fall on shutdown. But even then, the shutdown probably wouldn't be for that long. Shutdowns...
Besson blaming Democrats for potential shutdown.
Yeah, shutdowns wouldn't be there for a very, very long time. Also, a lot of Democrats are in support of the latest continuing resolution. So it looks like we are going to see the budget pass on the US side of things. So I don't think we have to be concerned about the budget in the US not passing for whatever reason.
5 minutes away from the bottom of the hour, we get the EIA natural gas change BCF forecasts for a draw of 49 BCF. Prior was a draw of 80 BCF.
Right. Let's see here. Anything new on Trump Watch here? signals. Good.
Besson says we want to protect strategic industries and jobs.
Alright, who is this person speaking? Oh, from the BSW. Okay. I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure the BSW are the guys. They're the party that left Delinka, right? The left. They
So the stock
separated.
index is cut losses after Treasury Secretary Besson's comments.
I don't think they made it
The
to the
S&P
next
500 down
Bundestag, did
0.1%,
they?
Nasdaq down 0.3%, and Dow flat.
I'm pretty sure they did. Like, they just barely missed joining the Bundestag.
Just a slight update with the forecast for EI natural gas. Expected draw of 50 BCF.
Yeah, we're gonna get a pretty nice spot to trade the euro later here. Because it doesn't, they're definitely not getting the debt break passed on the 18th. That's kind of for sure, unless they make really huge concessions to, I mean, the only way, they're not going to get the Greens to pass it. So they're going to need the AFD, and, you know, there's the firewall there, so that's already like 90% not going to happen of getting the AFD to vote. I'd like to be sure Euro definitely going through the weekend. That's why I'm still holding onto this position here, because I'm thinking, okay, going into like Monday, Tuesday next week, I'm still expecting more downside. I should probably triple check over here, right? So the 18th, when they vote, is over here. Yeah, Tuesday. Tuesday is when they vote on the debt break. So
1 minute to go now.
I expect more negative downside on Eurodollar going into the 18th. As it becomes more and more clear as commentators speak over the weekend. Yeah, we're probably not going to be able to get that debt break done. So I'd rather just maintain short positions and add into short positions. But I do think, for example, Denise, like you, got a very good spot that you were able to get at a nice little optimal trade.
10
then
seconds.
Again, it's not like most people are paying attention to German politics this closely to the point where they can set these kinds of expectations like, oh, I'm going to be short not because there's a likely low today. I'm going to stay
Draw
short.
of 62 BCF. Draw 62 BCF compared to the expected draw.
Yeah, it's not going to do much. I'm not going to stay short because there's a likely low today. I'm going to stay short because there's a likely geopolitical event going on here that's going to totally make it impossible for the Germans to finance all the spending that they want to send to Ukraine. And that is the fundamental reason why we had this huge run-up here in the euro. Right? This whole run-up here that we had, this thing comes from the likelihood, oh my god, we're going to see all this growth from all this stimulus coming through the German Bundestag. Well, if that growth doesn't come because they don't do the stimulus, then all the assumptions and expectations that drove these prices higher, I think reasonably would end up reversing. Yeah. Again, I still think it's likely that they at least pass the 500 billion euro stimulus, but again, the real meat and potatoes of the stimulus and the growth expectations for Germany comes from the debt brake being adjusted higher, which requires a 2/3 majority, which, if they don't have the Greens and they don't have the BSW, or Die Linke, rather, they don't have Die Linke and they don't have the Greens, the SPD and the CDU/CSU won't be able to have enough votes to cross it without giving something to the AfD, and it doesn't seem like they are willing to work with the AfD at all still. Yeah. Not good. Not good for the future outlook here on this pair. But that's why I really stress being in this Discord, doing research, right? Going through the research forum, staying up to date with geopolitical events that impact the assets that you're trading, and then reading outlooks, right? Reading outlooks is just like eating your vegetables. It's the critical material you need to have a steady foundation for learning how to interpret economic data. Like, if you don't know how to do these kinds of interpretations, just read a bunch of outlooks. There's a bunch of PhDs and CFAs and guys with master's degrees, people who've been trading for 20, 30 years, who write all this stuff. It's very, very, very great information. And I think an excellent way to learn. It's a lot of how reading all this stuff constantly is how I learn. And we talk about what we learn reading these outlooks in our trading group between each other. Very, very, very productive use of time in trading is learning how to set good expectations and how to interpret how new data updates future expectations. Yeah, looking forward to that unwind. Yep. And it is a busy week next week. Tomorrow we have the week ahead trade plan stream. So we'll be going over we have BOJ, Fed, S&P, BOE, yep. Alrighty, that New Zealand dollar is up 11 whole pips. Oh my god, it's up 11 whole pips. Guys, I've made so much money. I'm up 11 pips. Oh my god. I still find that kind of funny. Just watching really amateur guys on TikTok and X and Instagram, especially on Instagram, talk about, oh man, look at this, I made 5 pips, I made 10 pips, I made 20 pips. There are professionals who will make 5 pips and that's all they need for the day because they got their system. the guys who I see on those social media platforms who are amateurs making their 5 or 10 pips are literally just guessing whether or not, and flipping a coin. Like, they're just going long and going short because it's like, oh man, I feel like it's a good spot to be buying. I feel like it's a good spot to be selling. You know, I'm taking these trades because I have all these fancy indicators and I have a trading group, right? I have a trading group and I have all this research. And I have a squawk open that you've been listening to this entire time on the stream. And look at this. Bundestag, right? How many streams do you see are actually following, okay, we need to make sure, like, when one of the leaders of the parties comes up and speaks to the Bundestag, we need to be paying attention here. And hopefully we get a translation through Financial Juice, right? This is a lot more advanced than what other guys on YouTube are doing. You know, what I'm doing is technically not so beginner friendly, but if someone who's brand new to trading hops in here, I think that they'd have a way better foundation to learn how to do this on their own and autonomously, and help them learn how to set their own expectations without following someone else for signals than, you know, actually following a guy who's just trying to sell you signals. This is also not fun for me, just to have a bunch of people following me and dependent on my signals, right? I've known guys who have run trading groups before, good guys who sold their signals. Like, okay, I'm going long, I'm going short, and people follow them and lose money because they are on a losing streak, or they win a lot of money because they're on a winning streak. And none of those guys that I knew who ran those kinds of trading groups that sold signals are running those trading groups today. Explicitly because they're like, dude, I have way too much stress, you know. Someone takes the trade and they, you know, bet 100% of their account, and then they show me this huge loss and they're like, oh my god, my life is ruined, and it's just like way too much stress, right? And it's because they don't go out of the way to say, well, obviously the guy wasn't doing any risk management, but he also wasn't doing any research. And that's why I like the way I have my trading group set up. Everyone is doing their own research. Everyone is sharing research with each other. Everyone is discussing ideas and what their expectations are, and the caveats and the assumptions behind those expectations. And then we're going to the charts and looking at these indicators to get some idea of timing expectations and pricing expectations based on the chart's data. We're trying to incorporate political information that's not on the chart and not on the economic calendar into our trading expectations. Like, there's all this work that needs to be done to set really good expectations. You know, I'm a guy who really loves this stuff, and I've been able to get exposure to a lot of this information. So I'm very comfortable with doing all this research. And there's a handful of guys in the trading group who also are very comfortable kind of doing that level of research. But you know what? Some of the guys in the trading group have full-time jobs, and you know, they want to spend more time with their family, right? So they more or less do things part-time, or they come in every now and again, right? So it's very important to, like, say, okay, well, how do you help those guys out when they can't spend, you know, so much time doing all this research? And the truth is, you can, but you're not going to be able to share as much information as you'd like with them. So you better have a spot where the highest quality information is, that, you know, when they are active, they can go to and be like, okay, I have like 2 or 3 hours to get all this information that I need in. Where can I get some information here so then I can spend another hour or two the next day or sometime next week actually following up on this information and doing my own research. Again, the priority, at least in my group, is to make people autonomous. I want people to know where they can go get research on. I want people to know why I set the trading expectations that I set. What are the assumptions behind it? What's the data behind it? Because, you know, anything can happen in life, and if you don't necessarily know how to fish, if you don't know how to make your own fishing rod, it's going to be very, very hard to continue to eat if, you know, a river dries up, there's no more fish in the river. You need to know to go to another river. If your fishing rod breaks, you need to know how to make a new fishing rod, a good one. So it's kind of the same thing with indicators and geopolitical analysis and just research and understanding other people's expectations. Sometimes people set like nominal, easy expectations that are rational, and then something new happens politically that changes all that in an instant. And if you're not paying attention to what that information is, you'll kind of be stuck in la la land looking at your chart wondering what the hell is going on. This must be some kind of technical move. Whereas if you just spent 2 seconds to open financial juice over here, right? All this stuff, you would have known exactly what's going on, right? German Green Party official, there's no progress in talks between conservatives and SPDs on the debt plan. But then you need to actually understand what that means and why that's important, which is more time spent doing research, which is really where having this comes in handy. This is a research thread on the German debt break. So here's the modern and current background, here's the amendment, here's exactly what it is, and then here's the latest news, and then you can just kind of go down this at your own pace, fast or slow or whatever, until you feel like you comprehend what's actually going on. And all that information's free. You don't have to be in this trading group paying $100 a month for this information. This is all free. The general rule of thumb is if the information is free, it should be free in the Discord, right? If it's something from Financial Juice or provided for free from some institution, it should be free, right? It's very unethical when I see a trading group repackage free stuff as paid stuff. So in my group, most of the primary discussions just comes from talking about what we think, focusing on how we are setting our expectations, understanding how to interpret the new information, or actually talking with each other about where to get new information. Oh, I have something I don't understand, Joe. How do I learn about this thing? Where do I go and get that information, right? And then I got my fingers in a lot of different research pies. So it's like, oh, okay, if you need to learn about New Zealand politics, you need to go to this newspaper and this newspaper, and you need to listen to this speech coming up in a few days from now. And then just know enough where you can do that for at least the G7. And this is why trading is really hard for a lot of people. You know, there's a lot of information that most people are not told to take into account when they look at prices on a chart. I don't know, you know, thank you very much, Denise, for asking the question. It's kind of went into a rant there, but, you know, that's more or less how I view things. When it comes down to actually getting value out of trading groups, when it comes down to getting value from being in any sort of trading community whatsoever. they gotta actually help with doing meaningful research. And when you find a place like that, it's very easy to want to contribute to places like that once you actually know what you're doing. Because you then find out the cold hard truth that it's kind of impossible to know everything about everything that's going on at all times. If there aren't multiple people doing research, it's very, very, very hard to stay on top of everything. Like, very frequently I'll miss something, or someone else will find some new guy who's publishing research who's doing a really good job on some very specific topic that we all need to know because we identified some upcoming risk. It's just very, very important that you have friends and a group of people all working together to freely share information between each other, so that then we can all maximize the profits we can extract here from these markets, and set reasonable expectations so our friends and our people who we hang out with don't get effectively run over just because they missed one little bit of news, right? And they're just scratching their head like, what the hell happened, right? This asset just moved 2%. Why did it just move 2%? What's the new information? I don't see it. I don't see it in Financial Juice. I don't see it in Inbox. And then someone comes along and says, oh, such and such a person said this in some country. Or especially in crypto, right? It's like, oh, why the hell did Bitcoin move 5%? It's like, well, this guy from a really large crypto exchange said something really bullish or really bearish, so it moved the price, significantly. That sort of stuff might not be on Financial Juice, but it will certainly be on crypto Twitter, right? Crypto Twitter will be on top of that immediately. So it's definitely also based on the context of what assets you have exposure to. On where the fast and the best information, the fastest and the most informative quality information comes from. And in that respects, the more you learn about the world, the better at trading you'll get. Because the more you learn about the world, the more you'll know about where the people who are actually plugged in to the good information, who get it as quickly as possible, are. What website are they on? What publication do they release to? How frequently do they release to that publication? Information is king. I mean, there's a very famous story about the Rockefellers, I believe, and the Battle of Waterloo, right? Rockefeller had a pigeon that he was able, I believe, that flew across the English Channel that was relaying messages about updates on the French war, right? On Waterloo, the Battle of Waterloo. And when it was announced, oh, Napoleon lost Waterloo, he went and sold a ton of Great British pounds. Because people were like, oh my god, Rockefeller is selling all these British assets. The British must have lost Waterloo. And then all these other guys sell after him, thinking he's a signal. And then he comes in and buys them up. And then when the actual news comes in delayed, the real news comes in delayed, saying that Napoleon won, the move is totally reversed and the prices on the day end higher. control, especially if, and that I think would be insider trading nowadays, right? That would be definitely market manipulation nowadays. Because if he didn't do that initial bit of selling, all those other people wouldn't have sold. And he intentionally did that to give off the signal that he gave the wrong expectation to a bunch of people and took advantage of them by giving them bad information to set those incorrect expectations. And it's a very unethical thing to do, but man, did he make a lot of money off that. Or very unethical. Extremely unethical. You know, it's one of the many reasons why people don't like the Rothschilds, to say the least, you know. One of the many reasons why. Oh, we can turn on the chart drawings again, right? We have expectations of our own here. So yeah, so far, New Zealand dollar is matching our expectations of where we could end up closing for the day. We still have several more hours before the hour is done, before the day is done. And we got about 10 more minutes before the Bundestag is done, right? Ten more minutes. Oh, Kremlin Aid says there is no agreement yet on the Putin-Trump talks. A Putin-Trump call is not expected to happen today. That's correct. I thought it was expected to happen tomorrow. Again, if Putin agrees to a ceasefire sometime over the weekend, that'll probably be very, very good for the euro. But given the most recent commentary out of Putin, maybe there'll be like a verbal agreement to sign a ceasefire, but no ceasefire actually signed. Maybe sometime during the business week next week, we'll get an actual ceasefire signed. And let's check out the euro. Euro is doing a-okay. Euro's doing a-okay. Wow, these spreads are getting pretty negative. Not too much more negative than what we saw earlier, but they are continuing to move more negative. Yeah, yield spreads are getting pretty negative across the board here. All these assets. On all these FX assets, yeah. Man, this thing loads so much data. It is so slow. Yeah, that's not good. That's not good for Aussie. I think Big would be very, very, very happy to see this. Right? Especially if he's still holding his short from that spot way up there. Yeah. EuroCAD holding the line there. Aussie New Zealand still doing alright. And dollar CAD is still doing its thing, it seems. Going sideways. Yeah, as more time passes, it becomes less and less likely that we hit that expectation. And more likely that we get a more sideways movement into the close, also on dollar CAD. Yeah, check that out. Nice little move on the key. Nice little move on the key. And we are still seeing the negative move here on the dollar. Thank God we were listening to Financial Juice Walk, right? And we caught that right at the nick of time. Things already moved 30 pips lower.
According to the Globe and the Mail, Carney is to visit Europe next week on first official trip as Canada's Prime Minister.
Wow. Okay. Well, Carney has a lot of friends in Europe, frankly. Carney does have a lot of friends in it. And we'll see if he is able to set up any kind of trade deal with Europe. But again, if Canada tries to do that with Europe, Trump is going to say, hey, if you make any trade deals with the Canadians until we're, done with them, don't do that. And if the EU tries to circumvent US tariffs by going through Canada, we will just, Canada doesn't have too much business in Europe. They have good business. Let's go ahead and open this in a new tab. And just triple check that we got this working. All right. Got it working again. And this is an end of day trade, which means I get out of this before the close of the trading. So I'm not holding this New Zealand dollar. I am getting out before the trade, which will likely be sometime after the stream ends. And we got another person from the SPD speaking. I wonder. If I search for German Bundestag under news, Associated Press. Alright, we got some news here. Senior Greens legislator said there would be a sufficient, albeit different, majority to reform Germany's debt break once the newly elected parliament has been seated. In an indication, they might continue to block Conservative Chancellor in waiting Frederick Merz's plan for reform. Merz and the Social Democrats, who are in talks to form a coalition government, want the Greens to help them pass a constitutional amendment. In the old Bundestag, still in session, the three parties have the needed two-thirds majority. Once new members are seated, a fourth party, the left, will be needed. Irene Mahalik discussed as hypocrisy calls by Merz and the Social Democrats for the Greens to live up to their constitutional responsibilities, saying Merz had refused to enable necessary reforms before the election when he was in opposition. Quote, instead of
US to auction $68 billion in 6-month bills.
Thank you very much. So to continue, instead of sitting down with the Greens and the left, the Linke, you are trying to do it with the old majority, she said. Even though there will still be a majority for a debt break reform in the new Bundestag. So, yeah. The Greens are Got terribly, terribly happy. And then we have this other one here. German parliament to debate borrowing bonanza as clock ticks down. Let's see here. None of this has been guaranteed so far with the current draft bill. Germany's likely next chancellor says boosting defense has taken on a new urgency. IFW, one of Germany's main economic forecasters, said next year's gross GDP product would likely increase 1.5%, up from the Institute's December forecast of 0.9. Anticipating tailwinds from public spending boosts. So if this public spending boost doesn't happen, this GDP increase doesn't happen. Which is the entire reason why we saw the euro rise way over here, right? This whole thing. The entire reason we saw this whole thing was because stimulus was coming, and oh no, it might not be coming, Yeah, from his BOE days, yeah, Carney certainly could have a lot of friends from his Bank of England days. Come in to try and do deals. But you know what? If he gets Canada into a trade war with the United States before the Canadian Parliament is prorogued, out of prorogue, so he just didn't add. Go here. So this is the date Parliament gets back. Right here, the 24th of March. So, what's that? Another 10 days? 11 days, technically, from now? If in the next 11 days, Trump and Carney are in a really heated trade war, and the Canadian dollar is all the way up here at 149 by the time Parliament gets back, there will be a vote of confidence in the Canadian Parliament. It's, you know, the higher dollar CAD goes, the more unlikely it is that Carney will pass a vote of confidence if he gets into a trade with Trump in the next week. Or if Trump starts a trade war with Canada, right? The more economic uncertainty Canada is in, the more likely it will be that we get an election in Canada sometime in April or May. That's why I have more bullish expectations here on this pair. Because the whole thing is Carney wants to be Canadian Prime Minister. Well, he's Prime Minister now for a bit. And now we'll actually see if he's able to maintain his control, right? Maintain his power. And win an election. However, it is kind of double-sided, right? Poilievre, the guy who runs the opposition Conservative Party, again, one of the reasons why the Liberals have skyrocketed in the polls in Canada has been because of kind of rallying behind the Liberals to fight the United States effectively. the conservatives might not win if tensions continue to escalate. But at the same time, if tensions don't continue to escalate, it'll just give Carney more time to actually win the Canadian election and keep a lot of Trudeau's policies alive, frankly. It's really whether or not Carney stays as Prime Minister and wins the Canadian election, the general election, is going to depend on how well he gets along with Trump. I mean, Trump might decide literally not to meet him until he wins the election. I wouldn't be surprised if Trump said something along those lines, to be frank. Oh, why would I bother meeting with him? He's just gonna get voted out in a month or two. You know, come talk to me when you're actually elected, right? Not appointed by your political party. Let's see here. What's going on with the Bundestag? Alright, Bundestag is now over, which makes me want to end the stream now because it's been about half of the day here I've been streaming now. Let's see here. We're going to do a round of updates. We're going to check all of the news wires and stuff. And I'm going to do one last roll call for if you guys want me to do any analysis on any charts before we have the week ahead trade plan stream tomorrow. And I'll say this first, thank you everyone who's been watching the stream all day today. I'm a machine, you're a machine, Harold, and Denise, and everyone who's been watching the stream today, because it is a very, very, very long stream. And it was actually kind of important that we had a long stream today because of this thing with the Bundestag. There's nothing on the economic calendar really tomorrow, right? We go here. There's UK GDP. That'll be fairly important. Michigan consumer sentiment. There'll be some inflation expectations numbers in here, so we'll get some ideas about inflation expectations. And I have the expectation that those Michigan consumer sentiment inflation expectations, the actual metric, will show inflation expectations are well anchored, as in they're not going crazy high. They might increase a bit relative to the prior number, but I'm not expecting inflation expectations to surprise rapidly to the upside, right? Which will be good sentiment information for the Federal Reserve at their policy meeting next week when they're looking at consumer inflation expectations, right? However, I do remember Powell saying at his last speech that he was less interested specifically in consumer sentiment inflation expectations because these surveys have not been anchored to the actual movement of inflation. So specifically, when inflation expectations rise here in these sentiment reports, the actual inflation report is kind of like 50-50 whether or not the actual CPI or PPI goes up or down. So the relationship between these surveys, these sentiment reports on inflation expectations, isn't well anchored or well tied currently at the moment, well correlated at the moment with how inflation is actually printing. And so even if this were to surprise to the upside, market participants might short the US dollar on that going into the end of the day. But we explicitly know that Powell is not looking at this data set at the moment because they see it doesn't have a huge amount of forecasting power for actual inflation at the moment. So I'm kind of discounted. I kind of think nothing much is going on. Again, if you're trading the Great British Pound next week, though, this... Right, I'm not going to be on during the London session here, but... I mean, you get a good growth print here, right? You get a good growth print, and you very easily could have a much higher pound. You could very easily have a nice bump in the pound on good growth. We really, really, really want to see higher than forecast growth. We really want to see good growth come out of the UK. Because if we get good growth out of the UK, the pound is going to have a jump. It's going to perform. I think it'll perform well. That would be my expectation on GDP printing well. And that makes sense. Every single analyst that I read, that seems to be their expectation. It really does depend on how countries are going to grow. Now, the focus is on growth. Who's going to be growing the fastest? And now we've crossed the 4-hour mark on the stream. I've officially been streaming. This is the longest stream I've done in a long time. So I appreciate all of you for watching. All of you guys who've liked and subscribed. And I appreciate it so much. Okay, guys. I'll be on tomorrow for the weekend trade plan stream. We'll be setting expectations using the weekly ranges and the weekly probability pivots. So if you're still listening, make sure if you want me to look at a particular asset that you go here to the trade forums, go ahead and ask your list of stuff, make requests for topics, any economic events for the week ahead, right? We can start working on research for the week ahead now, instead of doing it over the weekend when we have other shit to do, right? When we want to hang out with our families, when we want to go out and do some fun stuff. Let's get our work done now so we can enjoy our weekend and our Friday night. Alrighty, you guys. Thank you so much for watching, and I will see you all, right, tomorrow in a bit, guys.